Good morning. Good morning. We met in closed session and no action was taken. Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health Department, the state, or by other legal mandate. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will also be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available to you on the district's YouTube channel. For in-person public comments today, the following special board meeting process will be used. Blue cards are available at the table outside the boardroom for anyone who wishes to address the board about an item on the special board meeting agenda. If you wish to address the board, complete a blue card, indicate the item you wish to speak to, and hand it to a district staff member. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at regularly scheduled meetings. So we are only addressing things that are on the agenda for this special board meeting. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's rights to express ideas and opinions pursuant to applicable law and board policy, and the board will not prohibit public criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all of our students and to prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask that when making public comment, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful that students are watching and present. You're a student. You are encouraged to address the board on the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your insistence in helping the board meeting keep its meetings efficient, effective, and respectful. We did not receive any Zoom audio public comment requests today, so we will have no Zoom comments. We would like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, which Ms. Shannon Hayes has so gracefully accepted to lead us in. Thank you.
Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hayes. Our first presentation is regarding AB 361. Are there any blue cards related to this item? We've received none. We will start. Seeing none, we will start with Ms. Resendez of Lozano Smith. Did I say your name right? Okay.
Good morning, Board President Albiani, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, Ludi Avalos, and Cabinet. My name is Karen Resendez, and I'm legal counsel for the district. And last I was here, we were discussing the Brown Act and the requirements during the pandemic. And I previewed that things were going to change beginning October 1st, and they have. So this is a follow-up to that last presentation. So what has happened since we last met was AB 361 was passed, and AB 361 allows the board to continue video or audio conferencing, but the process for doing that has been severely changed as compared to the pandemic under the executive order. So I'm going to give you a short summary of what these changes require in order to do a virtual meeting, and then I will answer your questions. So what AB 361 does is it allows school boards to have an exception to the regular Brown Act rules for teleconferencing. And it requires the board, in order to access those teleconferencing opportunities, to take action every 30 days. There needs to be a state of emergency from the governor, which there is, and there needs to be a recommendation from your local county public health department, which there is. It became effective October 1st. It expires in January of 2024. And you have three options under AB 361. The first option is to do what you're doing today, which is full in-person for the board, full in-person for the public that would like to attend, and to make public comments directly to the board. The second option is the AB 361 option. This option allows all of the board and all of the public to attend virtually, and it requires that 30-day resolution that I referenced earlier. I'll talk a little bit more about that. The third option is, we're referring to it as the hybrid option. There is no hybrid option in AB 361, but the idea would be that for health and safety reasons, either there's a quarantine issue or some other reason, it would be better for the public to be socially distanced or board members to be socially distanced due to a quarantine for whatever reason, where you would have either a portion of the board remote with some in person, or the public remote, or some sort of a staggering of members of the public so that there was sufficient distance between people. So those are the three options under 361. This slide now refers to what the current Brown Act requirements are without an exception. So pre-pandemic, if you can think back almost 2 years ago, in order to have a board member attend via teleconference, the board would be required to comply with the Brown Act, and the Brown Act requires that the agenda includes the location of the board member attending via teleconference. So if you're attending via teleconference from your home address would need to be on the agenda. Your home would have to be accessible to the public. The public would be entitled to make public comments using your telephone or a speakerphone at your home during the board meeting real time. And so all those requirements are in place in the Brown Act now. The only way to not comply with all of those rules would be to follow the AB 361 guidance that is in place now if the board chooses to do so. So it would require the board to take action in open session on a resolution initially, acknowledging that there still is a state of emergency, referring to the Sacramento County Public Health Department letter, which says that they recommend for public meetings and social distancing that board meetings continue if boards choose to continue to be done virtually. You would want to reference all of those requirements. You would need to put in information in your agenda like you did during the pandemic regarding how to participate virtually via Zoom. What's changed with regard to public comments under AB 361 versus during the pandemic is that you can't limit people to just submit their public comments in advance of the board meeting. That's nothing Elk Grove ever did. Some school districts did do that. You would have to allow real time during the board meeting, someone to actually register onto a Zoom board meeting and make those comments real time without pre-registering. So that's a change. The public would not be able to attend in person unless there was some sort of a hybrid option. And if something were to happen to your internet connection or the Zoom platform where members of the public were unable to participate, you would have to take a break until that was resolved, and then you would resume your meeting. So that's what's changed under 361. As I mentioned, you would need, as a school board, by majority vote to adopt a resolution under AB 361 or take some other action that includes all of these findings. You are in Sacramento County eligible to make all of these findings because we're currently under a state of emergency. Your local public county health officer has issued on September 28th a statement that they recommend social distancing to prevent the spread of COVID. So all of those requirements have been satisfied if the board chooses to go in the direction of AB 361. Once you adopt a resolution under AB 361, you have to continue to use it. You have to adopt it every 30 days. And the reason for that is the state of emergency could have elapsed. There could be changes in your county, which would no longer require virtual meetings. So every 30 days, the board would have to take action in open session to renew their findings. As I mentioned, the AB 361 would require additional noticing and agenda requirements. You still have to follow the 24-hour notice for a special meeting, 72 hours for a regular meeting. And all of the details regarding how to call in and participate via Zoom would have to be part of the notice and agenda. So with that, I'll answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nguyen, do you have any questions?
I do not, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Chair Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question. Under AB 361, could the board in its resolution specify when it would be appropriate, say, for board members to participate electronically as opposed to in person?
As long as it was consistent with AB 361, you can add to the resolution.
Okay.
The one thing, just make sure, because one thing as Karen and I started to work through this, one of our thought processes, and it came out of our last special meeting, and that we had 3 members that weren't able to attend. One wasn't going to be able to attend, but 2 others were out of town on work, and 1 ill, but may have been able to participate remotely. So one of my initial thoughts was that we could continue meetings and individual members could be part of the meeting, even though the rest of the board was in place. If you go back to that first, that hybrid is not part of 361. So let's make sure we're clear. It's really an option that we want to have for the whole board to be virtual, but not for individual members to be virtual. That was a distinction we thought. If you look at the options that are on the board, 1 and 2 are legitimate options. 3 is what we thought might be possible, but actually isn't spoken to and not part of the intent of 361.
Can we delve into that a little bit more? Because words like not explicitly, like that's where I live, right? I'm a lobbyist. I work with statute a lot. So just because it's not explicitly permitted does not, in my mind, automatically mean it's not a legitimate option. So could you delve into that a little bit more?
Sure, that's a gray area. So when you look at the legislation, which is over 100 pages long because it addresses different jurisdictions and their open meetings, it doesn't explicitly address the concept of hybrid. It views essentially 2 options for teleconferencing. One is the regular Brown Act option with all the requirements, and then the other is this AB 361 option where everyone's remote. So it doesn't give various scenarios where you could have a hybrid or a portion of the board present or not present. But when you look at the intent behind the legislation, the intent is to protect individuals from immediate risk to their health and safety. And if, for example, you have a board member who has been quarantined or a member of your administrative team or something's happened in the building, the safety and health of the board, the public, employees of the district may warrant having some sort of a hybrid meeting so that the business of the district can continue. It would be very challenging to post the home address of a board member, for example, who is on quarantine, because the whole point of posting it is for people to attend, which would be unsafe. So this is a very gray area. When the superintendent and I were discussing it, there is no bright line rule where I can point to you and say you can absolutely do this, but there's an argument that for health and safety reasons, it might be warranted.
Yeah, and I believe from talking to our counterparts in other school districts and city councils that is an interpretation that other people are taking.
That's
If
right.
we were to adopt an AB 361 resolution, essentially we could kind of craft it as needed. So I, for one, Madam Chair, am interested in a hybrid model. And let me just back up and say this. The hybrid model is, I think, no one's preferred option. It is technologically and logistically complicated. And I think it makes it harder for the public to engage when they have to figure out how to participate in person and what, if any, the options are electronically. So it definitely has some drawbacks. That said, I am somewhat interested in an option that allows quarantined board members to participate remotely, having, lived through that experience. But I will go with the will of the board if, folks want to keep it simple. I guess my preference would be option one if people don't want to delve into the complexity of doing a board resolution. But quarantining is going to keep happening, for us, just like it continues to happen for our students and our employees. So I would be interested in a hybrid option where we adopt an AB 361 resolution so that board members could attend virtually if they're quarantined.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna? Do you have a preference you'd like to express, sir? Okay, we did not bring this to the board in any fashion to eliminate option one. I just want to make that very clear. Our first and always option is option number one. I believe the question was, as 4-5 people are with students that are in classes every day, and we do see how, what do we call it? Quarantine happens, and you're in the public. We wanted to try to, we still need to do the business of the district.
Yeah, that was one of the
That's the
ideas.
concern. So Mr. Fortuna, I just want to make it real clear to you and to the public, we're not doing this in a attempt to eliminate option one. Option one is always our option one, plan A.
Right.
It is, can we use this law to allow people who are in quarantine to still participate on their duties as a board member? So do you have any comment you want to make to that, or are we good, Mr. Fortuna?
We're good.
Sounds great. Thank you, sir. Ms. Jamerson has had to step away for a work commitment and will be joining us later in the meeting. Dr. Martinez-Alier?
Again, just reintegrating, thank you for the presentation. I believe option 3, having a hybrid model. There are times, as we've seen, some of our students or even families that have to go in quarantine. I can speak for myself as a parent. If something were like to happen to my student, either that could potentially impact me. I'm just kind of playing the scenario, what if, being a board member myself. So I prefer option 3 for those that may have to quarantine, and always prefer the in-person as well as option A, being the first, line of priority. And then if we can't for some reason, then we can attend virtually. Just want to make a side comment. I know some of the colleges around here, they have different committees that are part of the college as well within the communities, and some of them have adopted different resolutions to allow for a hybrid model following Brown Act as well.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Option 1.
Ms. Albiani?
Yeah.
So just one piece I wanted, option 1 is certainly what we're doing, what we plan to do. If we were to adopt something for option 2, the idea of it would be, in a worst case scenario, that we couldn't come together, but we still needed to do business, that we had that option in our back pocket. So that was really kind of the idea behind it. If this building had 10 positive cases over, and it would be unsafe to determine by the health to bring people into the building, but we still wanted to hold the meeting. I really don't foresee needing to do number 2, but based on what happened at our last special meeting, and then we had, 3 or 5 positive cases in the building in a short amount of time at one point, it just started to raise the flag that, do we want to have, since this option is available in our back pocket, the ability to do it if the circumstances warranted it. So that was really part of the conversation. But ideally, we'll be in person.
Okay. So we're having a presentation based on this. I think
That's right.
my comments were pretty clear and line up very well with Ms. Cheris. And I would again say, to be clear, option number 1 is always our best option. I did get the phone call when I had someone in quarantine. We had somebody sick. the first phone call comes to me and I'm start counting. Can we have this meeting? What can we do? And our duty to do the business of this board and accept contracts and, keep things moving is of high importance to me. So I think this is an option we should look at having in our back pocket. And I think it's been made very clear by the entire present board. It's not an option we want to exercise unless in a case of an emergency. And because they've made this law an option for us, I think we're trying to take every tool we can to fight COVID and keep our schools and our kids as normal as possible. I personally, I've got 2 kids that have been exposed to COVID in the last 2 weeks. I get them weekly from my high school for my children. So it's a fact. So that's my concern. So I would definitely speak to the hybrid. So I would, do you have what you need? I would like us to look at a resolution. This isn't an action item. This was a presentation, which would lead to an action item.
Right.
This is the conversation the board's had.
Yeah, so I would like to dive deeper into the hybrid, and if that's something that is doable, we could build that as, I think we could do option 2 and 3 in a best case scenario within one resolution. That if we had one board member and this is allowed, we get some more a deeper dive, and then it's allowed one board member because of a quarantine situation needs to participate remotely, that we would use this option to do it, and also have in our back pocket if there was a significant issue that happened where we just needed to go to a virtual meeting because of a health crisis, that we would have that in our back pocket as well.
I'd be okay with that as long as it's clear that option 1 is our preferred option and the other 2 are sort of emergency measures only.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Break glass in case of emergency.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, I want to make,
Okay.
yeah, I want to make additional comment. So, yeah, I prefer option 1, but I see if there's a emergency situation, I think it's appropriate to practice option 3. But I think we have, if we can reword it, that option 1 is priority. But if we have emergency, then we could go to the hybrid model. I think for me, I would vote for 3 if that's the case.
I also think option 2 is if there's some sort of huge emergency, we can meet virtually. And then for me, I would like to put a limitation on the hybrid model that it's for someone who's in quarantine. It's a health and safety issue. It's not a I can't get there issue or I can't make something work. It is a COVID quarantine health and safety issue. Very clear. I would like that specific language.
Yeah, that's my kind of emergency as well.
I think we have what we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next item is the Illuminate Student Assessment Update. I have no blue cards on this item, Miss.
No blue cards.
Okay. Then we would call on Mr. Cerruti to present, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to share information with you this morning about wonderful progress that has been made and continues to be made specific to supporting our teachers, students, and families with respect to student assessment directly aligns to our work with strategic goal 2. And in just a moment, I'll have Ms. Avey will be coming up this morning, and Mr. Bishop will be joining her as well. And so I just want to share very briefly, because I'm going to turn it over to the folks who've been really at the tip of the spear in terms of leading this work. But for board members who may not, and community members who may not have the full scope of this work, The work actually began about 6 years ago, and it may seem like, well, that's a long time to purchase a student assessment system, but the work goes far beyond that. It's been this work has directly involved teacher leadership from the very beginning. And my hat is off to our teacher colleagues, EGEA leadership and teacher leadership who worked. There was a team of about 30 or so teachers and district staff who were working together. And it began, we used the format that we typically and quite often bring in terms of presentations, which is why, how, and what. May seem very obvious about why assessing students, but it goes far beyond that. And I just want to share some of the work that was done in order for us to get to a place. The idea of interim assessments, because that's what we're implementing this year, but it goes again beyond just interim assessments. There are school districts, and I'm not being critical of those school districts, that have had interim assessments for years. And a school district certainly could go and tell staff to purchase something and implement interim assessments. But if it's done in a manner where it is not supporting teaching and it is not supporting learning, it's not going to be successful and it's not going to be effective. And so I just want to share with you, and I'm going to very briefly cover what we did because that context is really important, because the theory of action that was developed by that team reads, administrators and teachers deeply understand the necessity of using quality assessments to effectively guide assessments of and for learning in classrooms. And I just want to take a second, because there are assessments of learning and there are assessments for learning. Assessments of learning are your typical summative assessment. So it could be ACTs, it could be your final exams. That's what does a student know? That's important. CSTs, the old CSTs, the new CASP assessments that we have are assessments of learning. And that's very, very important. What's actually equally as important, and some would contend, and I would agree, is even more important, is assessments for learning. It's what teachers do every single day. They don't always have to answer these 10 questions. It can be the ongoing one-on-one interaction that's taking place. It's high quality instruction, minute to minute, day to day in classrooms. That's actually, as a learner, it is helping you learn. And so the characteristics that we wanted to put together for an assessment system is that it's balanced, coherent, comprehensive, and continuous. And everything I'm going to rattle off here very quickly, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Avey to come up, was jointly developed with teacher leaders. We recognize that a broad base of assessment tools and practices are needed to accurately determine what a student knows or does not know and is able to do and not do. And we also recognize that high quality assessment tools and practices are powerful vehicles for teaching and learning. That's the statement that captures assessments of and for learning. And when we were working on this, we asked ourselves, we literally started with, so why do we assess? Why do we assess students? We assess student learning and programmatic effectiveness to inform, support, and guide all stakeholders with the goal of continuous improvement. It was that basic. So then we talked about how we were going to do it with strong, trusting relationships where all were viewed and valued equitably. There was free-flowing information and effective communication among all involved in this process. There was risk-taking, and it was accepted and encouraged. Actions were transparent and purposeful, and continuity of membership and consistency of practice was important. So people hung on that group for several years to lay the foundation to get us where we are today. We needed a common vernacular. There can be an assumption that, well, all teachers have the same language. And in fact, that's not accurate at all. Educators from all over the country may call something, they may use the term formative assessment, but when you actually are talking about it and peel it back, you actually may be talking about very different things, some similarities, but quite different. So we defined balanced assessment system. We defined high quality and accurate assessments. We defined assessment literacy. We defined assessment evaluation, because we do need to do meta-analysis of the assessments themselves. We defined knowledge. We defined understanding. We defined the difference between assessment and evaluation. We identified 4 different types of assessments and defined them, from formative assessment to interim to summative to diagnostic. We defined high quality assessment data and norms in the use of that data. We defined who benefits from high quality assessment data. We defined the operational support system needed to support high quality data and assessments. And then we identified cultural norms that must be established to support the use of a high quality assessment system and high quality data. We don't view this as competitive. We don't view this as we're trying to get someone and identify who's doing a great job or not such a good job. This is to develop and support teaching, improve teaching, and ultimately to support students and learning and support their families. And I just want to touch on assessment literacy for just a second, and you're going to hear a bit more about that in about 15 seconds. So Ms. Avey, you can head up in this direction, please, if you would. My hat is off to the CPL team for what they have done. This has been an incredible undertaking to get us where we are today, and it's extremely exciting. We are very fortunate to have not every school district, and you can't assume that everyone, as someone who went through a school of education, as an educator, you're not trained in how to develop necessarily interim assessments and then to evaluate the effectiveness of that assessment and to determine its validity and reliability. You aren't trained to do that. That takes specific training. And we have people in our organization who are experts in that. The other thing is to ensure that when we were going through the past couple of years, to say that it had an impact on everything that we did is, of course, an understatement, but we were very calculated in what we have moved forward and in particular new initiatives, but we haven't stopped. And my hat's off to our teachers who have continued to adapt and continued to see the value in what this brings to their teaching and ultimately, and most importantly, what it brings to their students. And I also just want to point out, and this is not a complaint or a, well, yeah, we're doing really good work, but it is important to note that our instructional coaches are key to the training of our teachers and support of our teachers across the district. So we have had to adapt because our instructional coaches are actually teaching in our independent study program and are oftentimes subbing in our classrooms as we're still working through those. So again, my hat's off to our instructional coaches who are doing phenomenal work across the district to support our students, but it has not slowed our progress or enthusiasm about this tremendous work. And key to this is having a leader who is able to, despite all the change, continue to shine a light on the work that needs to be done and how it can support our kids. And there's no one better at doing that than Jen Avey.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that, Mark. And we're really excited to be here today. My colleague, Erin Bishop, will join me later in the presentation, but I want to get us started. I want to echo Mr. Surruty's sentiments. We've had to pivot in this last year and a half, but from it, we've actually grown stronger. And I think our assessment system will actually end up being stronger because of it. So
We want to be sure you're in the mic, Miss Avey, so the public can hear you as well. Thank
there you go. Is that better? So we want to start off and make sure that we always ground our work in E4. Sometimes we take that for granted, the beautiful flower that we have, but it really is about the work that we do that's for every single student and every single classroom every day so that they're able to access the content and the curriculum that's delivered to them. We do that with that end result of wanting to make sure the students that leave Elk Grove are college, career, and most importantly, life ready, contributing citizens to the world we live in. And we do that by having strategic goals. In this case, we've really zeroed our work in on the student assessment system portion of it. And we also have to keep in mind as we design, as we develop, as we collaborate and work together, that we're designing and thinking of everything through that lens of equity so that we're looking at access for all and making sure our systems and procedures that we have are not a barrier for students. And in this case, families as well. So our first strategic goal When we talk about all students, we want all students to be able to benefit from that high quality instruction, but from assessments that are going to help empower them to be connected more deeply to the cycle of teaching and learning. We have a belief statement, and this was part of the work that was done early on, and then we've kind of paraphrased it and condensed it down a bit, that we genuinely recognize and we believe that it's that broad base of assessment tools and practices that will be critical to a critical component of high quality instruction and are absolutely needed to determine a student's knowledge base and unique needs. So that goes beyond just the academic assessments. That can be the SEL assessments. It can be looking at the health assessments. There's a timeline up here that gives you a nice visual. It's a lot of the work that Mr. Cerruti captured in his opening statement is this work was started in 2015 with a completely different group of individuals leading it who since have left the district, and it's all been honored. There is the collaborative assessment planning team that was made up of many district members and teacher leadership that really dug into the work and what our belief around assessments were going to be. And that work continued where an assessment steering committee was formed. They're the teacher leadership that was done to determine our definitions and kind of that planning piece that we would base all this work on. And then 2019 is where I entered into CPL. The Illuminate system had already been purchased. And between that time, we've kind of revised the work. We've formed what we call a SALT committee. It's the Student Assessment Leadership Team. It's a smaller group that involves district leadership and a few key members of EGA leadership so that we can have ongoing collaboration and conversations about the system. From that, during the pandemic, we rolled out the system. We rolled it out, we provided training, we started a trainer of training model. It was put on hold for a short period of time, and then we brought it back so that we were able to keep this some critical work on assessments moving forward. And we ended up starting this school year with some revised interim assessments in math and ELA K-12. So that's our overall timeline. Our goal for this year is for all administrators and teachers to be able to demonstrate an understanding of the Illuminate system. And we're kind of monitoring that by their access, the administration of the assessments, and the opportunity to analyze district assessments, but also site-created assessments. They're just as important. We also like to point out that as we look at our multi-tiered system of support, the assessments that the system that we use and the assessments we're creating, they live in all three parts of a MTSS system. But what we're focused on right now is tier 1. We want to make sure that as we look at high quality instruction and the role that assessments play in that we are emphasizing the very best at tier 1 so that we have less tier 2 and tier 3 interventions for students. Here's our agenda for today. I'm going to go over kind of briefly, but kind of an overview of assessment literacy and what that looks like in our district. We're going to talk about a little bit about the creation and curation, which is a bit of a repeat of some of the information I shared in April. We're going to look at the work we've done to support the student assessment system. And then we're going to go into the Illuminate system. And that's when Mr. Bishop is going to come up and join me. And we're actually going to give you the opportunity to experience what a student may experience in a classroom. And we'll kind of modify that just from your position up at the board. And then we'll end with just some really important acknowledgements, because it does certainly take a community in the Elk Grove Village to make this happen, and what our next steps are. So assessment literacy. Before we get started, just a quick reminder of the 4 types of assessments that we have. This is diagnostic, formative, interim, and summative. I would say that as a district, in not just Elk Grove, but nationally speaking about it, summative assessments always seem to get the most attention because we're looking at standardized assessments. So part of our work is to really be able to find that balanced piece so that we're properly providing diagnostic, formative, and interim so that it meets the needs of users at all levels, district level included. There are 4 parts to assessment literacy. You can see those up there. We've color coded them as we move through the presentation. So being assessment literate means that you have an understanding of the balanced approach. You understand the balanced approach to assessment purpose. You understand the balanced approach of how achievement targets play into assessments being developed and administered, assessment methods, and the communication methods. This will be a multi-year journey. Actually, it will probably be our journey forever because we'll constantly be updating what we learn and know and highlight our strengths in this area as a district, as individuals, as administrators, and just adjust accordingly. So as we start off and we look at assessment purpose, balance is really important because we're talking about understanding, do we emphasize summative assessments? Is that where we're putting all of our emphasis and kind of credit for the results that are coming out of that? Or do we have a nice balanced approach between looking at the use of diagnostic assessments to help make sure students receive the instruction and services they need? Are we using a formative assessment, which is probably the most important assessment that happens day to day in a classroom to really impact immediately teaching and learning? And then also that piece with interim assessments, using that in a manner to be able to assess student learning so that students can adjust and even more importantly, teachers can adjust their actual instruction. In this assessment purpose, you understand that there's student involvement in it. Assessments aren't going to have value in a classroom or an organization if students don't understand their role, and they too will become assessment literate in this process. There's also the need for what's called resource support and professional development, meaning as an organization, do we provide to our teachers the resources they need to be able to adequately administer the assessments and to interpret the data? And then the last part is that ongoing professional development. Do they know how to use the system? Do they know how we're defining the terms? Do they understand their role in assessment literacy? And those are ongoing pieces that we need to have in place, and we do have in place, and we're going to continue to revise as we move along. The second part of assessment literacy is looking at achievement targets. And there are, across the nation, there's different ways that we can refer to this, but we're really talking about what students need to learn. So in the state of California, we have frameworks and we have standards. The frameworks tell us how to teach, but the standards tell us what to teach. And they tell us what to teach across the entire spectrum. So it's critical that our assessments are built on state standards. And part of the work that we do is to not just build the assessments on state standards, but to make sure that the standards are aligned to a scope and sequence that allows teachers also to be able to deliver instruction in a way that works for them, but also continues to allow them to have that autonomy they need to be creative and high energy and high quality teachers. The adopted curriculum plays a role in that. It's adopted because it's aligned to state standards. So there needs to be a balance to make sure that that adopted core curriculum, which we typically refer to as guaranteed and viable, is actually being utilized in all classrooms. And then there's just that balance. It's keeping the balance between how the learning targets are established, how the curriculum is being used, and making sure that our system is fluid enough that we continue to empower teachers in the process of looking at achievement targets. The third part of this is assessment methods. So there's 2 parts to this. And again, it's a balance on it. The assessment methods that you choose, if it's multiple choice, if it's free response, if it's a performance task, the selection of that method should be based on the learning target. It is what you're trying to assess in terms of the student's content knowledge or their skills. And there needs to be a balance in that. There's a good example out there of a teacher, not necessarily in Elk Grove, but just an example of a teacher who really just values performance tests. They like to give students the opportunity to really demonstrate what they know by observing them and then seeing a final product, which is fabulous. But if that's the only approach that's used with that student, let's say throughout that year, that's not a balanced approach for students, because somehow in that, you're probably going to miss some of the content knowledge and the assessment of that, or specific skills that wouldn't be demonstrated in a performance task. So it's really critical that we have a balance in the methods that we provide. That's something that we're going to have to still continue working on with our interims. Right now, they're more in that multiple choice format, and we are looking at embedding performance tasks over time. And then the last part is communication methods. Again, you see that word balanced. That when we communicate assessments, I think if we self-reflected on our own experiences as parents, as educators, and thought about the type of communication we receive about assessments, it's probably more standardized. The state provides a good assessment tabulation that goes out to families every year. So in our work that we do in Elk Grove, we want to make sure that our interim assessment data over time is communicated in a way that it's timely, but it really has to be understandable, not just to the teacher, more importantly to students and to families, so that students and families are empowered by the assessment work that we're doing. And that's really thinking about some different approaches to it. So it might be the goal setting that's done on a regular basis for students to set those goals, to be able to analyze what their strengths are, what their challenges are, looking at if it's report cards in a different way, if it's looking at parent conferences in a different way. Possibly it's a student-led conference where the student is the one who is delivering the information about their learning and really owning it. I think that's a powerful secret that not all children know of, how empowering it is to really be able to analyze your own strengths and to recognize the areas you need to grow in, and then to take charge of that. So it's important work that we have to do, and we're up for the challenge. So those are our 4 areas for assessment literacy that we'll continue to provide training and development to for really everyone in our district. And then I want to end this part with just kind of thinking about the individual leadership actions over time. So all leaders in our district, from classroom teachers to district level to all of you, the Board of Education, is being able to look at what we do to promote assessment literacy and to build our own knowledge. Some of the bulleted items that you see up there apply to different members of the organization, depending on what role that they play. But I think all of us can further our own understanding of what a balanced assessment system is. I think there is a slight mindset shift with that, because we've usually used assessments to really tell what our strengths are, what we need to do differently, versus, interims are really going to be just a touch in time about where students are. And then the real work is going to come at the teacher level to be able to make adjustments for the rest of the quarter, the rest of the trimester. For us in CPL, to be able to adjust the professional development that we provide based on what we see as strengths in the classroom and areas that we could do a better job supporting our teachers on. It's critical that we promote standards-aligned instruction. Having clear learning targets for students is critical. They need to know what it is they're supposed to learn. Being able to continue to work on that quality of student assessments, and that will be an ongoing process, so that we don't just create assessments and never come back to look at them. We will analyze them, look at the data, and update them on a yearly basis. The part that's probably most critical to principals is that piece about supporting formative assessment practices, really allowing the staff, classroom teachers, to be able to integrate them into classroom instruction, and for us to be able to provide the ongoing professional development and resources that are needed for that. And then I just ending with looking at, are we using the data in an appropriate manner so that we are supporting the cycle of teaching and learning, because that's the heart of all we do. The next portion that I want to just go over with you for a moment is an overview of some of the assessments. So part of assessment development, I have 4 bullets up there, but I'll just speak to them in general. The K-12 spectrum, those have been led by steering committee members or participation from steering committee members, but they've been led by our content administrators in math and ELA. They've been done a little bit differently at the elementary level and a little bit differently at the secondary level, and it's all been based on teacher input. What we have found is many teachers, there's a smaller group that want to participate in the actual development, but they all want to provide feedback. And so we've adjusted to that. And the feedback is really critical because the feedback helps us provide a better product, if you will, that will support what goes on in the classroom. We have developed the guidance and the accountability. And part of that is making sure that we're coming back to the assessments, that we're not doing that one and done, that we're revisiting them so that they can stay current with where we're at. The piece about making them valid and reliable, there's set protocols. Lorraine Blomquist was the one who championed that effort, and that was a partnership that was done with research and evaluation and a variety of stakeholders in our district. And then continuing to have high quality and making sure that our assessments are free from bias. And that will be ongoing work. That will be a regular check that we will have to do. Some of that is looking at the way they're formed, of making sure that how we're representing gender, ethnicity, different religions that could be in those assessments, making sure it's free from figurative language, that we are aware of how bias can be influenced and therefore not get accurate results from students. The 4 different types of assessment, I think my eyes were turning there a little bit. I went to 5. I think we're very familiar with all of them. I just want to point out one same thing that we're having as a discussion is they're all formative in nature. They all provide information. And I hear that from teachers. Well, that's not how I'm defining an assessment. And what we keep coming back to is, but this is how we're defining assessment as an organization so that when we have collective conversations, that we have the same understanding. And that's really has been made clear when we talk about some of the language we've learned with the Arbinger Institute and an outward mindset. It helps us be able to have collegial conversations because we have the same vocabulary. The part I want to point out on this is formative. If you look at what is highlighted there, so it's about the information that's interpreted and used by both educators and learners. So if the teacher is getting the information, like a ticket out the door, but the students aren't receiving the information immediately, then it's not formative in nature. And that's the piece. We want teachers to take in information, make adjustments in the moment so that students can get critical feedback that's needed to improve their outcomes. These are the types of assessments we currently have. So if you look to the right-hand side, we've started them all off with EG because in the system you have to label them. And it seems like such a simple thing, but boy, was that a lot of conversation. So we have the EG assessment, which is the same test that's given at the primary level that's just given over and over and over again until students show mastery in those foundational skills. And then as you move down the list, you can see how the other 3 assessments fit in to how we've defined them. And finally, just that CASP that we all are aiming to make sure we have better outcomes for students. On the left-hand side, we have K2 skills assessments. I'll show you an example of that in just a minute. It's really a glorified spreadsheet that has a lot of power because it takes what teachers were doing individually and puts it into a system we can all access. When you look at the 3 through 12 assessments, regardless of math or ELA, they were all created on an item bank. So when we bought the Illuminate system, there were pre-made vetted questions that are very similar to standardized assessments that when the assessments are created, they can be pulled from. And so that's where the curation comes from. Here's an example, and I did show you some of this when I was here in April. It's this as an example of a primary skills assessment. So the student would see the letter. The teacher would ask the student what the sound of the letter is. The student has to respond in about 3 seconds. The teacher is the one who's recording the information. Is it correct? Is it incorrect? And then they move on. You can see to the right-hand side there, we have broken the information down right now into 3 categories. We have proficient, developing, and beginning. And the way the bands are established right now is 0 to 40 is beginning, 40 to, I think it's 74 is developing, and 74 and above is proficient. Those bands may change over time. Matter of fact, they will change over time because they're going to change based on the assessment information that's coming in. And then you can see the example of the chart, and that's the view that the teacher sees, all color coordinated, so that they can get an overall glimpse of where their class is and look at students individually to be able to zero in on specific instruction. And these are K2 skills assessments. This is an example of an ELA assessment that's from the item bank. So the question that's listed there, we chose that. We selected that meta standard. We didn't have to create it. And you can see on the right-hand side, in the elementary world right now, we're using the proficient, developing, beginning, or beginning, developing, proficient, depending on which order you're going to read that. That's the level of bands we're using at elementary. We're trying to really emphasize kids are learning in the beginning stages. We want to emphasize development, and we want to emphasize proficiency, not mastery. It begs to question, do we ever master anything, or are we always learning and growing in that area? When we look at the secondary key there on the lower right-hand side, exceeded, met, nearly met, not met, we've aligned that with CASP, and we've done that intentionally. What we're looking at right now is how the bands are going to be established. Right now, they're split into quarters, just 75, 50, 25. That will most likely change. That's the work we're doing right now as the assessments that are being taken are the data is being analyzed with teams in CPL and with collaboration from our friends in the research and evaluation department. The example chart that you have there is one we have shown before. It's that standard performance, and it shows the standards in light blue that haven't been mastered and the standards in dark blue that have been mastered. And so it gives teachers a very quick overview of where they're going to spend their time after looking at that interim data for what they need to either reteach or provide students with a new experience on. This is an example of a math assessment. Again, it's a curated question that we pulled directly from the system. And then again, to the right-hand side, you see a couple student reports. This is a favorite of teachers, the lowest performing questions, because it actually gives teachers that overview and maybe even to analyze, is it the question or was it the instruction that was provided? And then the report on top is a comparison report so that you can look at these interim data because it's a shared assessment. You can see where your students did, where the site did, and where the district did overall. And that's in there just as a gauge, and no means is it to create competition. These assessments are to really emphasize teaching and learning, and we know teaching and learning can only be done in a collaborative process. And then here's just some few fun facts about usage data. We've had almost 3,000 item bank assessments created. So that means at the district level and at the site level. We have almost 3,000 custom reports that have been pulled, district level and the site level. At this point, we have almost 20,000 students who've actually logged into the portal since school started to take assessments, and that's updated on a daily basis. We can look at those analytics. And the last one there is we have almost 350,000 student assessments, meaning students have been assessed in the system. So if I've been assessed 12 different times because there's 12 different assessments, that counts as 12. It's not just a single student. So just fun facts to look at on usage data. The next part is just what we've done to support the student assessment system to point. So there's a chart there that you can look at some of the trainings. We did provide during the pandemic, the heart of the pandemic, I should say, a 90-minute training for all EGA members, and that was set up over a 6-week time period. That was a required training that was used during their 90 minutes that are above and beyond their contract time. We provided and are still providing what we're calling a deep dive training. This is optional for teachers who are interested in learning more about the assessment. And we have also done sessions on item bank, how you create your own item bank. You can see the numbers up there. We've had 3 of them, and you can see about 40 people participated for each one. We have developed our TOT, the trainers of trainer model, that we've had to put on hold for a time period because of just the pandemic work that's been going on, and we recently have brought that back. But you can see that in the PL Essentials system, so we've had 52 sessions and countless adults who have participated. That's all been site-based and site-driven. We also have looked at how you assess and administer the K-6 assessments. We've had 12 sessions on that. It's more teacher-driven, over 400 participants. And then we've also provided ongoing training to our administrators. And we've had a total of 6 sessions with over 128 plus administrators who've participated. We've spent a little more time with our elementary colleagues at this point than secondary, because they have K-6 to manage for both math and ELA. And we're working hard to develop their understanding of the system and how to pull reports. And we're just personalizing that. The support we provide to elementary and secondary will be different based on their unique needs. The trainer model is K-12. Every site has a trainer and an administrator who's joined in. The teacher receives a stipend. And the real goal is to be able to provide those trainers with the information they need to go back and support the work at their school site. Mr. Bishop leads that and has done an excellent job creating numerous presentations. So teachers teachers do not have to create a presentation. They come to the training, they learn what to do with it, and then they take that training back to their school site. The last part of this that we've done to provide support is facilitators of instructional teams. We're calling this the FIT group. And we literally just created this 3 weeks ago. And we created this because work that we originally had planned for this year has been put on hold because of the sub shortage and the teacher shortage in general. And we wanted to make sure we were providing the critical support to our K-2 colleagues that was absolutely needed. So we asked and provided for all 42 of our sites to be able to send a kindergarten, first grade, and second grade representative to be able to learn about the assessments at their grade level in greater depth and to learn how to facilitate the necessary discussions with their grade level. We held our first meeting last week, and of the 126 teachers that could attend, there were 105 that came. It was a really powerful training because there was so much positivity. We have all 42 schools represented. They will receive a stipend for that and be supported in their own teacher leadership development. So another good thing that came out of having to kind of pivot quickly that in the long run is really going to benefit teachers in general. So now here's the fun part. We're going to dig into the Illuminate system. So here comes Aaron. Let's see, did this come on? All right, we'll figure that out in a minute. So what we're going to provide to you is the Scantron. So this has been pre-ID'd, and this is something that a student would receive in a classroom. So teachers would typically laminate this, or they would put it in a sleeve protector. And then students would have their own ID when a teacher is doing an on-the-fly assessment. They would just erase it, they would score it, and you get to experience that. So I'm going to pass these out. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so as you get situated and Mr. Bishop pulls up the work he's going to do with this, if you want to jot down the name, these are all anonymous. So if you look in the, I think it's the upper left-hand corner, there's a student name. Go ahead and write that down if you want to see your own test results when we're done doing this work, because it will be done anonymously. And at this point, I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Bishop.
Hello. In front of you have a student answer sheet. These can be generated by the teacher. They can be laminated and used over and over again. These are designed for teachers to do formative assessments. And this is called an on-the-fly assessment. It's designed to be done in the moment. So this is something really to assess what the students are learning, see where they need to go next. It might be used at the end of a lesson where the teacher could write the questions up on the board. They don't have to put them into the system. They just need to have the questions available. And the students answer and they scan their answers. So you'll see there's 4 questions that we've created based on today's presentation. You are writing them and bubbling in on a form basis from a training account. So these are not real students. You're using a fake student's ID. That's why if you jot it down, you'll know which one's yours when it goes through. And what we're going to do is in just a minute, we will take those papers back and I'll show you how fast it is for them to scan these in and get instant results to use in their classroom.
Mr. Bishop,
Just a minute.
I hate to point out, we have 2 1s and 2 3s on our question numbers.
You do indeed.
So
it
what's
would
number
be
2, sir?
1, 2 is below number 1.
2 is below. Okay.
3 is on the right top and 4 is down below.
So
I
2.
apologize for that. And then as you're finishing it up, if you just raise your hand, Ms. Phoebe is going to come grab that. In a classroom, the teacher could actually just have the students walk up themselves. It doesn't have to be teacher driven. So the student can walk up. And this works with a document cam or any device in this classroom that has a camera on it. So the webcam would also work. No pressure. And this is the pressure that the students go through. Do I know the information? Now, being as an assessment for learning, as students develop that assessment literacy, it shouldn't be a pressure as to whether or not they're going to do well or not. It's them getting assessed on whether or not they understand the information and being able to identify, do they need more help? Because if the student understands that this is just identifying if they understand the concept or if they need additional help from the teacher, it's less of a scary process. Are we ready? Oh, we have one more. I don't want to change the window until it's
No pressure.
no pressure. On the next screen, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be showing you how the teacher would actually set up the test. It takes about 4 clicks. And so we're going to actually create the assessment in the system, and you're going to see me scan them. And when we scan them, it's going to use that QR code and all the data on that sheet to quickly put it in. Okay, looks like we're ready. So I've just clicked on creating an assessment, and this is the on the fly. And so you see it says right now, how many questions are there? So I'm simply going to adjust this to the 4 questions. I'm going to say great, and our camera is going to connect. Perfect. And so with this connected, I need to identify the answers. So you're all about to find out if you got the right ones. Should be E, B, A, and D. So I've now got them in. I can start scanning the responses. As a teacher, I can do a teacher view. If I want the students to be able to look at their results as they're scanned, I would have student view. And so if you are Jack, yours has been scanned, and there's your result. The students have the option, if we were going to do this, where the students would come up, their results come up immediately. If you don't want that, the teacher can turn that off to where, as they're scanning it, it's going to be on their computer. Students aren't coming up. And the third one is a visual results. So as they're scanned, it goes into a visual results. So we'll go back to student view. I'm going to clear the results because I've scanned mine. The next student comes up. Romo. There are my results. Now, if the student doesn't clear the results, it's fine. It just means the next student's going to see what the results were. So you can see it's almost magical feeling. Let me get done. There we go. Because they have all the results instantly in the computer. If they look at the visual results, they can actually see the students' responses, or they can look at the response frequency and see where they need to work more. Looks like question 1 was a little confusing, so I might need to go back and reteach this. Or I may be pulling a group, so I may look for students that got below the 100%, so I might need to pull these 3 students into a small group when we return to recess so I can go over the concept again for them. So it's really quick. It's designed to help those teachers in that moment to know who knows what and how to move forward. All right. I'm going to hand this back over to Ms. Avey.
Right, thank you so much. So really powerful. This is formative assessment. It really speaks to what the culture in the classroom could be as well, because being able to host student responses and to be able to have a discussion with everybody about their understanding versus focusing on the score would really heighten teaching and learning in a classroom. And so this is the piece that is, as Aaron said, kind of the magic, the bells and whistles of the system that many teachers are using. And it's a piece that we're going to continue to develop, because you don't just have to use it for the academics. This could be a check-in for how you're feeling that day. It could be for an SEL piece. So there's a variety of ways that we can do that. The last part I just really want to emphasize, I said this at the beginning, it really takes the whole team to be able to pull this off. I should have included K6, K-12 education, the leadership by Bindi and Craig, but that's just implied because the work we do with principals is critical and for them to be able to be the leaders. But I can't say enough about the team that I truly get the privilege in curriculum professional learning to work with. I work with 8 of the most gifted program specialists, content administrators. They're hardworking. They care so deeply about teaching and learning. They're passionate about their content, and they have led the work on creating these assessments. They have led the training. They're open to feedback, sometimes critical feedback, and they're always willing to adjust. So I just can't thank Lorraine, Diane, Patty, Tara, Aaron, Jody, Kelly, Danielle. I'm so grateful for them. I don't think I forgot anybody because that would be really bad. Our research and evaluation department, just spectacular. I know Christine leads the work, but she has amazing people that work for her. They've been a part of this work. Technology services, Steve and his team. You know, it's the magic behind that not everybody realizes. If you don't have systems that speak to one another, Synergy and Illuminate, and the work that has to be done with the Illuminate organization to make this magic happen, it has been deep work. So thank you to them. Our steering committee members made up of teachers who've given up hours and hours and hours of time to be able to create these assessments. And then really just EGA leadership, super appreciative of Maggie, Scott, and Rick. They are fabulous contributors, and they're always willing to see things from a different perspective, but also give us really good feedback so that we're doing a better job supporting our teachers to really enhance teaching and learning. The last part of this is just our next steps. We're committed to the collaboration with stakeholders, and that's everybody in our school district and community members, as well as we move forward with parents and develop the parent assessment literacy so that we can empower our parents even more than they already are to be able to help their students in that teaching and learning cycle. We're committed to using the data right now to enhance teaching and learning. We want to take our skilled teachers to greater heights and be able to really reinforce to them that we're here to support their growth and their development. And then we're going to keep celebrating our successes. We've had many of them, but we've also had a lot of challenges. And I think what's made the team successful and the work successful, especially during this time, is we just embrace our challenges. We embrace them, we deal with them head on. And I think that has resulted in the good work that we've been able to do. And with that, I think we're going to end and move into questions.
Okay, to stay on schedule, we have about 20 minutes. If everybody can take 3 to 4 minutes, obviously give or take, but if we can just be aware of the time, please. Starting right away, Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I actually have had the pleasure of already using Illuminate in my classes right now. And my experiences and the display that I have seen when I used Illuminate are definitely very different from what I've seen today. But I do really like that we're putting this emphasis on how this isn't just a way for teachers to assign grades, but it's a way to really see where students are at and figure out what to do with curriculum. But with the nature of the platform being online, I just have a question with, if we use this in the future for more diagnostic testing and summative assessments, what security measures does Illuminate have in place to prevent cheating?
So I think part of that piece, there are some measures that they have in place, but instead of focusing on what those are, what I'd really tell you is part of that assessment literacy piece that we have to do is informing students what their role is in being assessment literate. And if we're emphasizing the end result because we're looking for a grade, or for if you're getting something because you scored high, versus using the assessment data to really be able to analyze and acknowledge what you know, so that the teacher has the opportunity to provide you with a new experience or reteaching, depending on how that's interpreted. So that's really the work, Jamie, I would say that we need to do, is really developing that, taking away the competitive side of assessments, because these assessments aren't about grades. These assessments are meant to improve teaching and learning. In terms of the system itself, you have an ID that you sign in with. I just think there's always that piece, with not being ethical, with cheating, or you can just call it that happens. And we need to take that great energy that goes into cheating and put it into helping students understand the power of having accurate data based on what you know and areas you need to grow in.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Forshina?
Thank you. I don't have any really specific questions, given the opportunities that I've taken advantage of to meet with you and others. And one thing I will say, quality assessment, accuracy of the process of assessment, and utilization of the assessment is critical if we're going to have high quality instruction. And Mark knows that full well how much I pay attention to the results that we receive. And last spring, when we received one of the reports, and I was very concerned because just looking at the results face value would say we're not doing a great job. And that's not true. And I will remember that Mark's response to my concerns was basically, be patient and give us just a little more time because we're getting there. And the Illuminate system is the end product. So I am really enthusiastic about Illuminate in terms of not only its utilization to give both teachers and students an understanding of how they're doing, but to give the district a measure to gauge whether or not we're providing the high quality instruction. So I do really appreciate that. Question out of interest, Jen, and it was your last piece. What have your challenges been that you're having to address?
I would probably say it's the same challenge probably everybody has, is time. The time factor, not having the level of substitutes, which is not an Elk Grove issue. That's a state of California, and my understanding, across the nation issue. That's probably been the biggest substitute or challenge, even though we've done a great job recruiting substitutes. It's just being able to free people to not just cover the classroom, but to free teachers to be able to come for professional development during their day. So it's just that's probably the greatest one. And being able to keep the mindset which we have, to be able to change what we originally had planned and to look at it in a new way. So kind of a challenge, but at the same time, it's a challenge to overcome the challenge.
Yeah. The only other thing I'll say by way of comment is just that what you have shared and what I have gotten in meetings, while very beneficial to me, is also leads into my frustration that we don't have the ability, I suppose, I was going to say opportunities, but ability to ensure that this information is acquired by everyone, in particular, certainly parents, to have that greater understanding that we know what we're doing and we're doing it. You know, I've spoken to Chris before about him sharing these kinds of things during superintendent reports, but you can't do this in 5 minutes. So it presents a real challenge there in terms of getting that information out to parents and certainly to everyone within the system that we have good things going on. So that's my comment. Thank you, Jen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez-Alier, followed by Mr. Yang.
So just a couple comments. I appreciate the perspective that's bringing, having the students a part of their assessment and understanding their roles in it. And also the fact that sometimes when we're instructing in a class, being able to see, was it the question, the way it was asked, or if it was the instruction that was given. And you can see that from how the students developing, if it's proficient beginning or what stage they're at in the classroom. I almost was your outlier and answered the questions wrong just on purpose, but I didn't do that. But I appreciate that. I think one thing that I just want to mention is just reintegrating those conversations and discussions with our students to ensure that there's no competitiveness. I know oftentimes they'll focus in on the grade, or, you know, it's kind of built in and just saying, oh, would you get, but versus understanding the concepts, understanding the proficiency, really retaining it. So that's really helpful. And now as a parent myself, I can follow along with my own high school student who comes home and says instantly, my teachers are able to give a score back to her. And so I appreciate that instant data reporting. But again, having those thorough discussions are really important with the students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
First, I want to express my thanks to you and the whole team of putting this illuminated student assessment system together. It's been a journey, 5-6 years, to make an fruition to this point. Thank you for the presentation. It's real good. I love how you present the presentation, and I love the materials that you guys are trying to cover here. So thank you. My only comment is that as far as constructive comments, reiterate the importance of target. I think that's to me, that's the key, so that the students and the parents and everyone that's involved in this assessment understand what the target is. And I think that could be misinterpreted if it's not clearly describe it to the student. Because if you don't get it, then it could be maybe stumble with all other thoughts, as what a couple of my colleagues has expressed. So the target, so for example, what she just, Dr. Tiz just expressed, I think that's key. So just make sure that you express the target over and over again so they understand what that is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Yang. And I'll just add on to that. That's part of the framework for high quality instruction. So there's this principles of students interacting with content that's a learning target and success criteria that the feedback you provided, even changing that target to learning target. It's so students are aware this is what you're supposed to learn. And the success criteria is we spell out how you will learn it. These are the steps you need to take. So that's an easy change that we can do. And then to be able to keep emphasizing that component.
Ms. Chair Espinoza, thank you.
Thank you very much again to you and your team for great work and a great presentation. I am a little concerned about the 3-week assessment window, because ostensibly that would mean a teacher would need to present all of the content 3 weeks before the end of the term, right? So that's a time crunch. And also it's not a kind of a point in time snapshot of the students, right? All at the same time. So speaking from my personal experience, I have a kindergartner, so we very eagerly await these assessment reports, all of them, you know, about letter names and sounds, and it guides what we're doing at home to support what happens in the classroom. But 3 weeks in terms of development for, particularly in these early grades, is a really big difference. So was 3 weeks always the intended assessment period, or is that something that we kind of fell into because of the substitute shortage? Could you talk a little bit more about that?
So having the window open just gives flexibility to the teacher. The amount of time that each teacher is spending on the assessments, actually administrating them, is going to vary from each grade level. It is a piece that we are continuing to look at, which is part of that feedback piece. I know that our K2 teachers look at the assessments, and the time they need is different than what our 312 teachers need. So those are things that we're looking at making adjustments to. What we've done this year is we have the window so that we can also pull the data and be able to look at how that's going to inform the support we provide, either through the TOT, through professional development to teachers and administrators. But we've actually given the school sites the individual freedom to lengthen the window because the system's not closed down, if that makes sense. Okay. So because it's kind of our inaugural year, that's all feedback that we'll continue to take and be able to revise and adjust.
Okay, I mean, I would like to get to the point, and your point is well taken. In the early grades, the assessments, I think, are a lot more time consuming. I would hope to get to the point where, you know, we could provide adequate support to teachers so that assessments could be, say, all within 1 week. I think that just would be a lot more valuable to everyone. Second point, you mentioned rolling out the parent component of assessment literacy, and you know, we don't have face or the Office of Equity here, so I won't put anybody on the spot, but what can you tell us about that? Because, not all of the parents are going to be like me and pull up all of the state standards before the year starts and see how I can support what's going on in the classroom. They're not, I'm special. So what can we do so that parents can, fully support what's going on in the classroom and understand how valuable these assessments are as teaching tools?
So thank you for that. So that's one of the pieces that we've had to delay some of the work on. So we had the opportunity to hire an EGA person one of our members, who that was their specific job this year, was to do assessment literacy. And that's just been put on hold. And part of that work was developing trainings and PowerPoints so that site leaders and site principals could deliver that information to teachers, not have it be a district level piece. So we have PowerPoints developed, but actual training for the teachers and the principals has been put on hold because that individual is filling a more critical need right now by supporting students in EGBA. And so it's work that it's on the list. We will come back to it. And I see that as ongoing work because to me, that's really the secret about family and community engagement. If parents really know the role they play in student learning, that's going to be a game changer for everyone. So there has already been quite a bit of work done on it, but the actual delivery of the product has been delayed.
Yeah, and I respect that our people are pulling double and triple duty right now, and I appreciate that. Going forward, I would love to see presentations on school sites are fantastic. I would love to see, YouTube videos available in multiple languages, things of that nature, so that, our parents work different schedules, different languages, that we can really put that in the hands of everyone.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think we're in agreement and we're going to work hard to make sure we accomplish it.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, this is my favorite kind of stuff, so I have a few questions. As you work across this chart, when I'm looking at this chart, if I determine that a child has reached mastery, am I required to give them that test, continue to give that test? So these tests, they're not. Okay, so this is what we want to know by the end. So we're teaching to mastery and dropping tests off as we reach that. Okay. On slide 16, can we look at that real quick? On point number 4, I think as a past classroom teacher, supporting how to integrate these into classroom instruction this is like blinking at me to how we get to success. This is important stuff. You want to do it. We have to, I just highlight this is added to figure out how to put this in the system that makes it easy to be done. I encourage any support we can do for that. And that was something that stuck out in the presentation to me. And then on page 26, when we're looking at the number of teachers who have done this, well, I thought we have 7,000 teachers.
It's about 3,400, 3,350.
Okay.
And that also takes into account counselors, other members of EGA.
Okay. So we feel like was this done during pre-service days?
No, this was done during September and October of 2020, and it was that 90 minutes that is on every teacher contract above and beyond their work week.
So we feel like we have hit them.
We do, and we know just because of attendance, if people were missing during that time, or if emergencies came up or other stuff, that we have some members that were missed, but it was really a foundational training that was done just on the basics of it. And then people were encouraged to dive into those deep dive trainings.
And as we onboard people, is this a place that we're bringing and offering people who miss to come back and people who come new to our district an opportunity to have the same kind of training?
That's correct. And part of that is being able to provide that at the district level on a regular basis, but also to be able to use our trainer model to be able to provide the support at the school level. The good news is as we get more and more teachers coming into the system, they're coming in with different technology skills. And so what may take somebody, maybe in my generation of teaching at a time to learn something in a different way, that a different generation's coming in with some different skill sets. So the type of training they need is a little bit different. So we are trying to be flexible with that in terms of what we provide from a district level and what a school site can provide.
Okay, I think the idea of a common vocabulary, the idea of balance, which we all need in our lives, is like fantastic. And to speak to Ms. Charis Espinoza's point, I think at an end goal, it's after so many weeks of school, we have so many different sessions going in time, so it has to fit into each different distinct schedule we support. And I think this is just, I'm so excited about this. I'm so excited about a kid across our whole district having the same place. And I can tell you as a past teacher, I would have loved this. So thank you very much.
Yeah, me too. Thank you so much.
All right. We now have time for our lunch break. We are scheduled for a lunch break till 1 o'clock, and which we will be following with graduation requirements. So we'll go into recess. Okay. Welcome back. It's 1 o'clock and we are on graduation requirements. We have no blue cards or Zoom. So Mr. Murray presents.
Thank you, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avila. I'm here to talk to you about graduation requirements today. So the purpose of the presentation is for the Board of Trustees to grant input and review the proposed revisions to our Elk Grove Unified School District graduation requirements. I put this slide up front because I've had a lot of time in education and work on committees. This has been the best committee with whom I've ever worked. And we not only have principals and vice principals, various district staff, including people from IT, but we also have a parent who has served on this committee for the last 3 years. And it's just been a pleasure having that accountability to that parent being on that committee. So I put that slide up front for you guys to know that. So the why behind this work, currently our board policy, our administrative regulation, and our exhibit are outdated and don't reflect current practice. There's a slide on that later in the presentation. And in addition to that, we must consistently evolve and review what we do, including providing relevant options for students to demonstrate they're college and career ready. You'll see that many of our, some of these policies have been updated in like 14 years and the exhibit for 20 plus. And later on in the slide, you'll see next steps that we not only intend for this to be the first blush, but also over the next several months, bring this again and again as things continue to develop in our state, and there'll be more on that in the presentation. So how? Over the last 3 years, the graduation committees, the grad requirements committee has met for monthly. We were paused a little bit at COVID, but we're regularly in touch with each other. And really they did the initial work to get the work moving. And then after that, we sought input from a wide variety of people, including different steering committees in the district. We've involved principals, vice principals, and counselors. We brought the work to the Student Equity Committee. We presented to the Superintendent's Parent Advisory and Student Advisory, and we also are going to go on Certificate Advisory Thursday. We brought this to Learning System Leadership Team, LSLT. We've used a CSBA template. We've had legal review, and we've also brought it to cabinet. So a wide variety of people who have provided input into the work to get us to where we are today. And then ultimately, we're going to look for board approval at some point in the future. So what? Our board policy for graduation requirements was last revised in 2007, and it contains outdated languages, courses, and other factors. So for example, our current board policy for graduation requirements includes language on the California High School Exit Exam, which hasn't been given in many years. It also contains language for courses such as algebra and geometry, which we no longer teach in our district with the Common Core standards. That's the board policy. Administrative regulation is similar. It was last revised in 2007 with the outdated language. And then there was a problem with the language with what we currently do with a math requirement. I'll talk about that with the exhibit with credit from middle school and world language credit from middle school as well. And then attached to the board policy and admin regulation, there is an exhibit that was last revised in 2000. And what that exhibit does is it is a procedural piece that was put in place 20 plus years ago for parents to get approval for their students to take either algebra, geometry, or world language in middle school and receive high school credit for it. It is archaic. It is no longer, well, first of all, we don't teach those classes anymore, algebra and geometry. And then with world language and with Math 1, the board has adopted courses of study now that require it to be given high school credit. So there's no longer a need for that exhibit. So part of our recommendation is just to eliminate that exhibit you'll see coming up. These are current Elk Grove Unified School District graduation requirements. What you see is there's really a couple different options here. On option 1, students take 40 credits of English, 40 credits of math, 20 credits of science, 35 of social science, and I'm walking through methodically. There's 10 of world language and 10 of APA. They could also take 20 on that option. They have to have 20 credits of PE, 5 health, 5 tech, and then electives. On the option 2, The main difference between option 1 and option 2 is that students still take the 40 credits of English, but in math and science, it's a 30-30 instead of a 40-20. Okay, that's the main difference between the two. Other Elk Grove Unified School District graduation requirements, in addition to those basic credits, we have a speech requirement, and currently sites don't have consistent ways of meeting that speech requirements. Some do it through English 10, some do it through English 12, some have a speech class, so it's inconsistent how that speech requirements is met at school sites. Computer technology, we have now had a course 12-111 that has been much more consistently applied. We used to have all kinds of different courses that met the tech requirement, and the work with CPL and our sites has allowed us to really narrow that down and have everybody have a consistent practice with current standards in technology. It's been good. And then we also have this senior math requirement, and it's unique to Elk Grove, and it was put in years ago as a demonstration of rigor because there was concerns that students only had a requirement of government and English in their senior year. So they brought in math as a senior year. And we'll talk more about that in a second. That's what our unique graduation requirements are. When we look specifically at senior math and we look at the data, there's been some unintended consequences that have come with that senior math requirement, okay? So what this chart shows you is that for the class of 2020, we had students who were taking 2, 3, and 4 classes in their senior year, math classes. Oftentimes what that looks like, as one example, is that students who would take, let's say, pre-calc. They would take pre-calc in 3rd term. If they didn't pass it, then they would take senior math their 4th term. So they could have gone all the way through math 1, math 2, math 3, been UCA through G approved, but they would double up on a math course if they didn't pass a rigorous class, like an AP calculus. And we have had students in this district in the past who in the 4th quarter didn't pass a class like pre-calculus, AP calculus, and they didn't walk the stage because they failed that class in 4th quarter and they weren't allowed to walk. So this slide demonstrates not only the practice that we've gotten into of having students take multiple classes to meet that math requirement, but also it disproportionately affects our African-American students, because while we have 11% of African-American students who are enrolled in our schools, 21% of them are taking 2, 3, and 4 math classes, which means that they're not able to take, as a proportional level, a capstone class, other classes that could be offered for them. So with all the various input that we've received from counselors, vice principals, principals, parents, and others, we've come up with a validating coursework piece. And this is really to augment what is currently in place with the math requirement. So instead of only having a math requirement required during your senior year, you could still do the math requirement, it's still there. But also you can take an AP or an IB class, you can take a CTE capstone class, you can complete the AVID seminar, and you can be a JROTC completer. So what that does in those 5 bullet points is it means if I'm, really sharp in science, I can take AP physics, and if I pass that, I meet the rigorous coursework requirement, and I don't have to worry about taking maybe a pre-calc and a senior math. I'm still going to take, most of our students with UCA through G will take math classes, but they don't have to double up, and they can be recognized for other strengths, okay? Students may also validate by UCA through G eligibility and sealed by literacy. So what this is, UCA through G eligibility is defined as a rigorous path of study in high school. The sealed by literacy recognizes our students who are multilingual. And so again, it enables us to capture strengths of students, because students who are bilingual certainly are demonstrating the idea, and through sealed by literacy, they demonstrate their fluency in 2 languages of being college and career ready in a different way than other just making the senior math requirement. The recommendations also is that we continue with the technology requirement, given we're in the 21st century, and also a strong push that we eliminate the speech requirement. because it is, when we adopted Common Core standards, the speech requirement is part of those Common Core standards. So this really came out of a variety of people, including the English Language Steering Committee. Coincidentally, one of the metrics on the state dashboard is college career indicator. So after we did all that work, we looked at the college career indicators, and many of those things that we came up with on our own are in direct alignment with this, the website on the dashboard. And so now we've got practice, we have practices in our district that align with things that we're being measured by the state. So CTE pathway is part of it. The Smarter Balance, the summative assessments are not, but APIB exams are. We don't have dual enrollment yet. That's on a next step phase. A through G, CLY literacy, and GRTC are all part of that. So now what we have is our indicators. The proposal is that the work that we've done, and the various ways to validate a rigorous coursework in Oak Grove Unified are also being recognized by the state of California on the dashboard. So in addition to the work that we're asking that the board give us input on today and ultimately at one point approve, there has been work that's been done from the committee's work and working with steering committees and others that has already happened. And we've drafted, revised the board policy admin regulation after this once we get your input. We've given the recommendation regarding the exhibit. Early on, world language saw that we were inconsistent in our instruction and expectations across our middle schools with world language. Some schools were giving it for high school credits, others weren't. And world language saw that, and in the 1920 school year cleaned it up immediately, and now it's all consistent across the district. That was a great work by them. We continue to gather feedback from people, and then we clarified the technology requirement the class 12-111. So good work that's been done so far. And then next steps, we're bringing this here today for your input. Eventually, we will want to submit to the board for approval. And then we're going to do ongoing work. One of the things that came out of the Student Equity Commission and other groups is look at having ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. So as this work was going on October 8th, Newsom signed into law that by the time we have class of 2029, 2030, they have to have as a graduation requirement. But CPL has already been working on this since 2017. So we're going to bring information to the board regarding ethnic studies in the January workshop. Okay, so so that is in the work. Okay, and then we have other policies that were that connect and align with this, including concurrent enrollment and also graduation ceremonies. PG a couple years ago started work with. Currently, we have at our high schools a valedictorian and salutatorian recognized. But if you were on the stage last year at graduation, you would have seen, I'll give you an example of Monterey Trail. Their valedictorian had like a 4.685, and their salutatorian had a 4.584. And then there was literally scores of students in the audience who had 4 3s, 4 2s, 4 1s, and they had no recognition. So one of the things that PG started several years ago, and we want to continue to explore, and again, go through the input with various groups, is rather than only recognizing one valedictorian and one salutatorian, having a system like magna cum laude, summa cum laude, where we recognize large groups of students for the outstanding work they do in our district. And instead of recognizing 1 or 2, we recognize 100. You know, students above 4.0 and that kind of stuff. We have a lot of work to do, but I just wanted you to know that the next steps, those are things that we are looking at. And with that, then is the presentation, but I'm open for input and any questions you guys may have.
Okay. Ms. Nguyen.
So I was hoping, well, first off, thank you so much for your presentation. And second, I was hoping you could elaborate more on what the issue is with the disproportionate amount of students who are in multiple math courses as a senior.
Yeah, so the disproportionality really lies upon African American. It is not as disproportionate with other populations. On the percentage point, 21% of our African American students are taking more than one math class, when we only have 11% of the population. So again, what I was talking about earlier was if you're taking 3 and 4 math classes, then you're not able to do maybe a CTE course. It could be a science class or something else because you're trying to meet that graduation requirement of the senior math. And so really and that includes the 2 courses, and you see a large 779 students taking 2 classes. The intent of the math requirement was right. It was have rigor in the schedule. But that was years and years ago when that was adopted. We see now between syllabi literacy, UC A through G, capstone courses and others, there's other ways other than just math to meet that rigor. And math is still one of the options. You can still do it. But there's been strong voices who've talked about my child didn't pass AP calculus in the 4th quarter of their senior year and weren't able to walk the stage. So the catch on that is, well, then take that senior math at the same time. And then what are you not taking if you have to take that second math class? That when we have a broad range of courses that can be offered, and you're just trying to catch that one thing versus have the total experience that we offer in Elk Grove Unified for our students. So does that answer your question?
So is the reasoning behind why so many students are taking multiple math courses, is this because they're trying to pass at least one of these classes to graduate, or is this to push themselves?
Well, there's 2 things. We already have a rigorous math requirement. We require either 30 or 40 credits. So some of these are students who are taking a second class because they want to meet either that 30 credit threshold or the 40 credit threshold. But there are also a significant number of students who take that for what I said about the other piece. So there's a variety of reasons why. One of them is this unintended consequence of taking that senior math or math review.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, followed by Dr. Martinez-Alier.
Thank you so much for this. And I think you're going to touch upon the ethnic studies in January, because I was knowing that we've already had that, just wondering the timeline should be a little bit further ahead for us. So I think we'll hear more about that.
Next steps in that. And again, like I said in an earlier slide, we shouldn't be waiting 14 years to revise these. We want to keep this as part of the process. So this is phase 1, and we know there's going to be phase 2 moving forward.
Right. And then I appreciate looking at that math, because wanting to make sure that we are not preventing students from being able to take those CTE or college prep, reducing their opportunities from being able to take those areas. So I appreciate that. And I think that was all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alier, followed by Mr. Yang.
Thank you for the presentation. From the looks of it, it looks like many of our stuff has to be updated, of course, from what you had mentioned to us. And I was just taking a look at the math requirement as we just reviewed. And I like how the recommendation is to have any of the options listed there. I think it makes sense. We have students who maybe are backtracking their senior year, trying to make up for some credits. And then we have those who are just trying to plan ahead, right, for the future, thinking about college level readiness and trying to get that done ahead of time if possible. And I like how it's just saying on here that the student needs to pass AP or IB versus the exam, right? Because the exams, again, just put another, I feel like, barrier on a student if they're not able to pass that accurately for whatever reasons. I was going to ask, when you talked about slide 11, you mentioned the college credit course, formerly dual enrollment. You said that will be in the next phase. Do you know when that may occur?
This one?
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
The 11, slide 11, where it says the 4th bullet down.
Oh, college credit course?
Yeah. College
Yeah,
credit
so
course.
that is tied to the next steps on concurrent enrollment. So we've got dual enrollment, articulated courses. We've got a ton of students who do that. So we anticipate it would be in that phase 2 when we talk about ethnic studies. We're just revising those policies right now, and they're currently at legal before we bring those forward as well. So soon.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's what I was just wanting that follow-up. And I'm also looking forward to the conversation regarding the ethnic studies. I know there's been a number of work already done in our district, so being able to implement that district-wide at some point. So I'll be looking forward to all that information coming back. So thank you.
Yeah, CPL has been doing great work on that. I'm gonna let them speak to it.
Thank you. Mr. Yang, followed by Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you for the presentation. I do agree with you. The fact that it took us 14 years to visit this as a revising some of the stuff here, I think that's way too long. I think I would recommend it for the team to set some sort of standard time, maybe whatever that's necessary, and to visit it and see if there's any necessary change that need to be done. If there's no necessary change, you don't need to change it. But I think setting a timetable for review is probably very essential. Yeah, I can't wait for the ethnic studies to be implemented as part of the requirement as well. One of the things that I think that is very, very, very critical for college readiness is the finance course. And speaking from experience, as a refugees and the disadvantaged community that I grew up in, a lot of them don't have finance background in the household. So they don't really know what credit card is, what debt is, asset, all of that. So I think it's critical for us to provide that college readiness course, and that is the finance course, so that they go into college knowing what they don't need to get as far as some of credit cards. And I think it's critical for us to think about seriously implementing this course into the college readiness.
So we can add that to next steps. And currently there's a business finance course, and a lot of that work gets done in CTE. So we can look and see how we can implement that and on the next steps.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza, followed by Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. I was curious. First off, I appreciate the inclusion of the JROTC completer course as a non-college option for that requirement. Unfortunately, I'm a little ignorant, so I don't know if this is putting you on the spot, but how is that AVID course equivalent? I mean, is it an academically rigorous course, or kind of what was the rationale for including that one?
Well, it's college and career ready, right? And
So
so when you talk about preparing students for college, in my belief, there is no better research based, especially for first generation college students, than the AVID program.
Yeah.
And so when they go through all those years of AVID and they complete that AVID seminar, part of the requirements of that program are you have to apply to at least 5 colleges. There's GPA requirements. They get them ready. So, honestly, when you talk about college and career readiness, that is a program, and that is the capstone class of that program that would demonstrate college readiness.
Okay, got it.
You'll
Thank you.
also probably check off 1 or 2 other items too, if you were to complete that AVID piece, because they want you to do an IB or an AP class. So you'll probably end up checking off more than one requirement there if you complete that one.
Okay, thank you. I hear you on the dual enrollment going forward. It's something I'm very, very much interested in, and particularly in kind of democratizing that so that it's not just our high achieving students and families who are already aware of these options, but that we really, really just implement that across the board, that we look at disproportionality, ethnically and otherwise, that we address the transportation ramifications, all of it, that we really do that in a good way. Another item going forward, again, because I see that the committee was thinking about non-college options, and it's related possibly to dual enrollment, is trade pathways. Our community colleges are just fantastic at providing those certification programs. So, I mean, a high school student could possibly take a 1-year course and graduate with some certification of a trade. So things like that, I think would be fantastic to bring those resources to our kids.
It's good.
And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. Craig, what's the state requirement for graduation in terms of total units?
130.
And we have 220.
Yep.
And we have one of the highest anywhere.
We have one, I'm sorry, one of the highest.
We have one of the highest requirements in
220 is
many districts.
220 is pretty standard, but when you add on the math requirement, the speech and the other things we have, then yes, all of a sudden the water starts rising.
So with all the work that's been done, was there a look at reducing the number of units required for graduation?
That was not.
There was the reduction of the speech did come out of it. So that's one requirement that came out with the idea that if ethnic studies goes back in, if we just put something on top of what we already have, especially at our traditional schools, it's already very tight to be able to fit in the requirements. Plus, if you want to be an AVID, or you want to be in band, or you want to be in a CTE program, many of these students end up having to do summer work to get some requirements out of the way to free up time and within their schedule. So the speech piece being able to come off because it is covered within the DLA standards, and that is something that is different than what we had in the past.
Right.
I forgot one thing.
And in the senior math requirement, by looking at options, take an A/B class, the AVID seminar that you have proposing here. The thought was that given that there'd be options, that we would just hold on to the senior math since that's unique to Elk Grove.
We did not want to exclude that. It was also from Mass Steering wanted us to keep it. And so it was an option. It was like, okay, we can maintain that and then have other options as well. So we have a wider variety of ways to recognize rigor in your experience in school district other than just math.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to ignore rigor. And the reality is that a lot of kids are having a tough time meeting the requirements, especially in math, in order to graduate. And we know that a lot of kids are not looking at college as something that they'll pursue. So to me, then it just becomes paramount on our part to ensure the kids have garnered the skills necessary to enter into a vocational career path and be employable. And we want to ensure the kids have the skills necessary to do that without putting up the roadblocks to actually graduating. The WLF stands for world language, or what? On slide 7, WL VAPA. What is it?
World language.
World language, that's what I said. And you're proposing to go from 10 and 10 to 20 on world language and forget VAPA?
No, not at all. There's two things. One is you will always have the option. Currently, this is what we have. You can either do 10 and 10 or 20. The fact is that most of our students take at least 10 because you need 10 credits to meet the UCA through G requirements. So we're not proposing to eliminate that at all.
All right, so it just remains as an option.
Yes.
You can go that way.
Yeah.
Okay. I was glad that Nancy made the remarks she made on dual enrollment because of the families that I have assisted and the people that I am aware of. All those kids who are in dual enrollment are higher performing kids who are taking classes that we couldn't provide. But dual enrollment, as Nancy was saying, has a lot of positive benefits to kids that are not going to be on a college path. And so that is something that would be, highly beneficial for us. I know that in the past we have worked with CRC. Are we currently?
Yeah,
engaged
with
with
Los
them?
Rios, and then also, and I may get it wrong, if Jane were here, I could have her speak to it, but dual enrollment does not only include students who are taking classes at CRC, we also have articulated courses in our schools right now that students get credit for dual enrollment. So there's a variety of reasons why, and maybe we'll get a BC on it where you can actually see the numbers currently of how many students are actually doing it, because it's pretty remarkable.
Could I just comment to that effect? Nick got 2 units at the local school for his drafting class, for his CAD class. And then I know at Elk Grove High School, you can get units for your welding that leads you to being advanced when you go to get your welding certificates as well. Those are just personal things I know.
Okay. And then for what it's worth, I'll just make a comment regarding comments you made with respect to valedictorian and salutatorian. We talk from an educational perspective about the social, emotional well-being of kids. And yet, historically, schools have embraced recognizing performance at the exclusion of the majority of the children. And it starts in elementary school. They have the monthly assemblies. The same kids are recognized every month. And the kids who are going to school, doing the best job they can, and understanding they will never be recognized. And so while we say it's important that we take actions that support the social emotional well-being of all kids, we practice things that that are harmful, in my opinion, to many children. That's the same thing on salutatorian, valedictorian. I like your suggestion, certainly, that we would go from maybe 2 to 100, but once again, it's recognizing those students, granted many of whom might not necessarily have the same intellectual ability that others do, and have made up for that with hard work. But the fact is, many kids just inherently are not graced with those intellectual abilities that they're going to be able to excel academically. And I just think that it's a shame that their work just is rarely recognized, especially at graduation time. I know it's been a historic practice that school districts do that. I just have a hard time with the fact that there's thousands and thousands of kids that work hard every day, and they're never going to achieve those high levels, and so they get zero recognition, probably not even from parents. So it's kind of, to me, sad that we continue those practices and not recognize all kids. But anyway, this will be coming back to us to finalize.
Yep.
And it's good that there's going to be some flexibility with respect to what the levels of success are for meeting those requirements. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Espinoza, you had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I forgot to mention one thing. If you could go back to the slide with the numbers of math courses that the students are taking. Thank you. I really appreciate seeing the raw data. I just want to be clear, I understand what those percentages mean. So that is percentages of students who took more than one math course in their senior year, right?
Yes.
Okay, so percentages within those categories. So it's not that 21% of African-American students took more than one math course. It's that of those who took more than one, what does that 21% mean exactly?
So that means that of the students who took more than one math class,
21%.
20% of African Americans took more than one math class.
Okay. But that N 658, that's not the number of seniors who are African-American, is it?
It's the number of senior African American students who took more than one math class.
Okay. All right. I'm glad this is coming back to us.
All right, let me reiterate that. 658
Mhm.
is total of the students. 141 is the 21% of that 658. So 141 African American students took it more than one class of the 658 total students.
Okay, got it. So for the benefit of the public and our new board members, I think what is missing from this chart is that it kind of presupposes that we know what those ethnicity categories represent in terms of our student enrollment, right? So for you, as you stated, it was obvious. There's a glaring difference between 21% and the 20% for Hispanic students because African-American students are 11% of our student body and Hispanic and Latino are 27%. So if that could be represented so that the disparity is more obvious to folks who don't have that background information, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
And that's all. Thank you.
Can I piggyback on what you said? What it also doesn't state is why. The connotation is, to me, it's looking at it as negative, but it also could be positive. They could be,
You mean
that
entire
entire 113 kids theoretically could all be taking those additional classes because they want to take additional classes. It's not a negative, but this gets presented to me as a negative.
Right. and
Without that information.
That is a really great point. We don't want to get into assuming that some categories of students are doing a lot of remediation, whereas others are doing a lot of advancement. We don't want to make assumptions without knowing that.
Fair enough.
All right. I have a few things I just wanted to comment on. Thank you for the presentation. We are working to set a minimum standard for our technology department. That work continues.
Yes, and can you repeat the question again? I was writing that.
But the technology work has in the past varied. And we are working to standardize what that means in our
I
district.
believe that
correct?
this year, 9 out of 9 schools will all be in sync with that. We had 2 left, and we're doing the work right now to make sure that everybody's in sync.
Okay, and then are we still offering that class in junior high at some spots to
Some,
fulfill that
particularly-
requirement? And are they meeting the same things as the high school if they are?
We're looking to add that class, particularly at Kerr and CAMS because of the demands of the 6-period day at PG and Elk Grove High School. We also offer that in the 8th grade, in the summer before 9th grade year, especially for those students because of the squeeze that happens on the 6-period day.
Yeah. And then Ms. Grewal, we're doing the same kind of work in elementary, aren't we? We're doing work with our computer teachers in elementary as well. Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, that is great. Okay, my concern as a parent with kids that have gone to 2 6-period schools, it's tough. We've gone to summer school twice. And at some point, there has to be some weighing. How much can be expected of these kids and their families if you need to have a job, if you need to have other experiences, if you need to get internships. My son as a senior was limited on what he could do because he needed another class. And I want to speak to recognizing students in groups. While I understand Mr. Fortuna's point, I also want to point out academics was all my kid cared about. That was Nick did academics. And if he hadn't gotten to stand up at high school graduation for academics, he wouldn't have stood up either. So as much as we say we single them out, they're also a group of kids. That's some group's thing. So I think we do need to continue to work the many ways to recognize children in their ROTCs as we do in their EL groups, their volunteering groups, and let them know those ways to get recognized. But I think that's a point as well.
Ms. Albiani, one thing I think that might be helpful is I think the flexibility in the senior year, concept is, kids are going to check some of those boxes. So I think it will free up some time in that within some of those schedules for kids that are doing those things anyway. So I think there may be a little, with the speech piece taken care of and the flexibility of the senior, I do think there's some flexibility, a little bit more.
I think there's a little bit more, but I don't see, my child had applied to Cal with 3 years of math. So, I mean, they're taking a lot of those kids are taking a 4th year because of what they're doing next. But I love this. I love CTE. I love getting them, as Nancy spoke to, ready for the next thing. I don't think all kids belong in college. I think because that's not their personality. So anything we could do to help kids be successful in life is of highest, very important. I think as we talk about ethnic studies, I think it's going to be really important that we're very transparent about that and bring materials and let our population and our public know what a positive that could be in our district, and not let that become a negative to our district. I think it's exciting. We've done this work. We've been in classrooms with it. I look forward to being able to share that with our public to see what an addition that will be. And we will, can you help me understand on that first slide where you have option 1 and 2? That's what we're doing now. That's not what you're proposing, correct?
This is what we do, and it will still fit for what's going forward.
It'll still, okay. And do both these columns hit A through G, or is it an A through G choice?
A through G is separate. So you can, if you meet A through G, you will meet these plus some other classes.
Okay,
But you can graduate from Elk Grove Unified and not be A through G.
okay. And
So for example, if you did the 10 world language and 10 VAPA credits, you wouldn't be A through G, but you could graduate from Elk Grove Unified. Because you need to have at least 20 credits of world language in order to be UC A through G.
which is 2 years.
2 years.
Recommended 3. Okay.
Yes.
And I love the recognition of the seal of biliteracy. I think our children who've come up with deathable languages, amazing. What an asset for their life. So thank you very much for this information and for the recognition about.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Our last item is regional feeder pattern meeting presentation. We have no blue card, so I'd call on Mr. Cerruti, please. Not a problem.
It's on the board drive.
My apologies. So Chris, you let me know at what point you want to take over. Thank you, sir. So again, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. And this is really our attempt to just assist the facilitation of discussion that you as a board will have regarding your thinking and providing us direction in terms of the regional feeder pattern meetings that we have conducted in the past. And so as it indicates, following information which is adapted from the October board communication just serves as an opportunity for the board to have a discussion and determine and provide us the direction that you would like these meetings to take place, to how you would like us to formulate these meetings, if in fact you would like to continue to have them. So there's certainly not just 3 options. There could be a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, whatever you folks, whatever direction your discussion moves in, but there's the current model, there's the modified model, and then an alternative option for the board to consider. And then of course, there certainly could be any sort of option in between these or a completely different alternative option. So the why behind these, and I don't mean to speak for the board, so if any of this is inaccurate, by all means, you can correct me. But it's opportunities for the board. It's been very clear to me going back many years now when I was a principal in the district and used to have board members that frequently would come to Florence High School when I had the good fortune to be principal there, who would stop by and have conversations because a characteristic, I believe it's safe to say, a characteristic of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education is that you do everything you possibly can to stay directly connected to our schools despite our size. And it certainly can be a challenge for any individual board member to stay directly connected to 67 schools. And this is an attempt to try and support your interests in staying as directly connected and involved and informed so that ultimately you can make the best policy budgetary decisions. And with that, our current model, so there's priority areas of interest that are gathered. So Superintendent Hoffman works with board president and the board, and he then comes to cabinet and provides us direction in terms of how elementary and secondary education would be working with our schools. And so our principals are aware of what they should be prepared for. And each site completes a presentation. A clear template is provided so that there's consistency. And there may be specific data, related information, and the principals present that information to the board. And then following those presentations from each of the regional schools, each of the board members then engages with questions and conversations following that. That's the current model. The modified model would have our sites, would be similar in that we would gather information from the board in terms of the areas of interest that the board specifically has. We took the opportunity to provide some recommended areas of focus, steps to ensure a positive transition back to an implementation of in-person learning. So this doesn't just mean what did we do at the beginning of the school year, but what has taken place and what have we done to ensure that we're having a successful transition and a continuation of in-person learning. And that includes the academic supports, remediation, recovery, acceleration, and then talking about specific success indicators that are happening at our schools. And then steps taken to ensure that there's a focus on the whole child. So the social emotional component of our students as we transition back. And then also exclusionary discipline. We've had a strong focus on that, data preventative measures that are being taken at our schools, restorative practices that are being implemented, et cetera. So those are 3 potential areas of focus. The board could select all 3, one of those, or any that the board would identify. And then the board would be provided that information in advance. And so at those regional meetings, we would move immediately to discussion. So there wouldn't be a presentation of information to the board members. It would move immediately to discussion, because what we did see previously, and again, I don't mean to sound like this is my opinion, many of you who've been through this before may view it differently, but oftentimes because our regions are large and going through that information, when we were putting about 90 minutes or so, and I could have this wrong, or a couple hours per region, by the time our principals were finished, it left a relatively small amount of time for the board to engage in that conversation. So this is a way to maximize the conversation time between the board and our site administrators in elementary and secondary education. And then an alternative option would be to use the time that is already scheduled for these meetings for an alternative opportunity. So it wouldn't involve, the board would still receive the information from our schools. So we would still provide that. So we could get the information from the board, the areas of interest, and provide that. But the time would be spent on these types of things, the Brown Act, Arbinger training. As you can see, these are our areas, and then it would allow our site administrators to remain at their schools. And I want to be careful how I say this, because if I say they wouldn't have to spend time on creating the presentations, that sounds like it's somehow a chore for them to do that. And I don't mean that, because they're always, well, any principal who's going to come before the board, they may be a bit nervous. They're also very, very excited to have an opportunity to share with the board their successes and the efforts that they're engaging with at their schools. But this could be an alternative option for the board to consider. It wouldn't necessarily mean that we would do that every year, but just given the unique circumstances that we're still under this year, it may be an alternative for you to consider. And so with that, that's simply an attempt to perhaps guide your conversation, and I'll kind of get out of your way and allow the board to have a conversation.
Let me go ahead and add the piece. So this actually came out of a conversation with a couple of individual board members with the idea that this is just kind of a unique year, if we haven't noticed. And the idea of we do have, today is supposed to be a regional meeting that we rescheduled because of the meeting on the 19th. We rescheduled till today. So we're already kind of behind in just the way this year is working. And then with the wide variety of topics and depth of topics that are of interest to the board, we wanted to see, we always go back and look at, is what we're doing working? Can we do it better? So that's the idea of going from what we're currently doing to the modified model, and really focusing on the board principal interaction, because that's what, in our understanding, is the most valuable, the part that the board enjoys the most and the part that the principals enjoy the most. And the third option is just an idea. This would be for the 21-22 school year, a repurposing of the 2 regional meetings that we still have left on the calendar could be used for other topics, just because trying to squeeze everything into our existing meetings is a bit of a challenge this year. So that was really the idea behind it, and we're just open to feedback and thoughts from the board.
Okay, I will go down the list and I'll give some feedback and your thoughts, and then I'll facilitate from there. I'll start with Ms. Newing.
Thank you for your presentation. I think that given the circumstances of this year and the fact that we are still continuing to try and navigate the situation with returning back in person, it might not necessarily be the best usage of our time to have admin come here and present when they really should be at their school sites, working on making sure everything is running smoothly. And so with that, for me, I would prefer that we use the time allocated for our regional feeder pattern meetings to instead focus on other topics that we're interested in looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alier.
So I appreciate the presentation and coming forth. I think from previously in the last years, when we've done the regional meetings, every principal's excited to be sitting with us at the workshop. But I know the tremendous amount of work that comes forth by each of the school sites and our regional pattern meetings, presenting that information. So I'm trying to be mindful and conscious aware of the pressure of our admin staff, because they were presenting a lot of data to us regarding what's working at their specific school site, what they've done to move that transition along. Given that we have 2 meetings and we're kind of already scheduled behind, I prefer the alternative option to have the general discussions for this year. But I do also like the modified version model that was presented to us, having more of a discussion with the school sites. So my preference would be possibly finishing out this year with the alternative and then moving forward to the upcoming year, looking at possibly a modified model. Now, I just wanted to get some clarity as far as feedback from administration, workload and things of that nature, and them having to maybe get like a different admin taking over for the day if somebody's out or substitutes, or I'm just kind of being conscious of schedule. What was some of their feedback? I know they don't mind and they might look forward to coming here, but I just would like to know that you've gathered from hearing from all of the regions.
So one of the things that we did do is in cabinet, so there's portions of time when we have our principals in cabinet, and we shared this with cabinet, and of course, with our principals, and our principals were, of course, if the board wanted for this year to opt for the alternative, they were certainly fine with that. They preferred the alternative option because what they appreciate the opportunity of is to have some time to provide information, but they also, their view of it is being able to provide and engage in that more meaningful conversation. And so if I heard the question correct, Doctor, it's that we can provide that information. I just want to make sure that I heard the question correct.
Or just to make sure
Correctly.
we have modified and alternate, they kind of get, back and forth. So the principals understand and appreciate that the alternate model would be used this year because it would free them up from some time, but they do prefer the modified model moving forward where they maximize the opportunity to discuss with the board as well. Because that was the feedback we received from them.
And then if we prefer the alternative model, like I mentioned, like that might, hearing the feedback, that's what they're preferring for this year. And I'm in agreement with that. We would still get an update though. From
Yes, well,
some
we
of the
could-
regions
well,
of BC or
What we
something.
certainly could
Okay.
still provide. So if we go through and, for example, if it's those prompts that were there under the alternative model, or if the board, whatever the areas of focus, we'd ask our principals to be able to put that information, and we provide that. You get loaded with 67 examples of what's happening at that, but we certainly could provide the board that information.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Mark, for the presentation. A couple points of question, I should say, for clarity for me. So is this the first time we are asking to modify or have alternative option because of the situation we were facing in terms of time? Or is this a regular practice in the past?
So this is the first, and Chris, if you wanted to just provide where this originated from.
So it's not unusual for us to come back and relook at how we run the regional feeder pattern meetings, because we've done them way back in the day. They were actually road shows that were out at the schools. Then we stopped doing them for a while, and then we came up with this particular model. So it hasn't been unusual for us to review what we're currently doing and make a determination if we want to make an adjustment. So the idea of the current model and the modified model, that's kind of our normal process. The alternative this year is time specific based on this year and just everything else that the sites have going on. That normally wouldn't be we wouldn't usually have that option. We think the meetings are of value, but we do make an adjustment from time to time and give the board a chance to give us feedback.
Now, I'll get the exact number of years incorrect, but this practice has at least a decade's worth of history to it. And as Superintendent Hoffman mentioned, typically afterwards, superintendent may be having conversations with the board or with the board president just regarding should we tweak anything, and then that's just a common practice that we have. But this goes back at least 10 years.
When I came on, Sean, I went to a school and I did a presentation. Mr. Cerruti was with me. And then we found those, and then I think we might have taken a year off or 2 years off. And then we said we'd like to bring them back in a different form. And I remember Mr. Madison was a president at that time and he worked. And so this is one of the most fluid things we do.
Okay, so it's really flexible from what I heard.
Yes, and ultimately, I believe there's several things. What President Albiani was referring to is those were regional meetings when board members were going out with the idea that the audience or the audience for those was the public. And so we had the opportunity to be at, I believe, Pleasant Grove Elementary School. And In addition to that, regional meetings where the principals were all coming and presenting, we were oftentimes, we might be at one of the school sites, and we were doing those out at school sites, and a number of schools were rotating through. But this has, as President Albiani has mentioned, it's been very fluid. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is keep the board as informed as we possibly can, and what's the most efficient and effective way to do that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Just asking questions to clarify. So with that, yeah, whatever, the majority of my colleagues, are we voting for later, Beth? Is that an action item?
It's not an action item. It's a discussion.
Oh, okay,
And it's a
okay,
discussion we want to, we want to have our discussions. in
okay,
public,
yeah, so,
that's why.
because of time, yeah, I think the alternative option probably the most efficient option as of now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Thank you. It's a tough choice, having had the benefit of those meetings with the interaction of all the principals together. It gives us a really good sense of kind of the community's experience. But times being what they are, I think we just really, really need to tackle those items on the alternative list. One of which I think is also on the priority, right? It says suspensions. I take that to mean the whole disproportionality issue. Right, so suspension update, which, is a priority of the board. So as long as we are continuing to have that conversation, I think we should go with the alternative option.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Forcina?
Thank you. As one of the people who had been a strong advocate for the regional meetings, and then someone who had been a strong advocate to disband them, and then someone who was a strong advocate to reinstate them, my belief is that they should be suspended. I think they should be suspended because at this point in time, they constitute one more thing that has to be done by site administration. Two, I have to look at cost benefit, their cost versus my benefit. I have a responsibility as a member of the board, which I take quite seriously, to know what's happening at the school sites, to know how the programs that we approve are implemented, to know how resolutions we approve are implemented, to know how our concerns are being addressed. Given all that and the way in which I see school sites being impacted by more and more and more requirements, they're having to do more with the same or less. Not only would I support disbanding the regional meetings for the remainder of the year, I am okay for disbanding the regional meetings, period. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
Similar to my colleagues, I am in favor of the alternative for this year. And if we do go back, I prefer the modified for the following year. I think the benefit to the modified, and I understand about the demand on the school sites. I think one of the benefits, though, is that it's information that is seen by the community that isn't always information that you would find in your monthly newsletter from that school. So I think that, as well as being able to hear from other schools that are outside of kind of our regions that we're responsible for. I do have a question about the alternative and these areas of priority. To what end? Is this where we're just going to have a report on those topics, or is this a time where we're actually going to have discussion, strategize? What does that look like?
think we need to decide first.
Right, yeah, we put the idea would be they'd be board workshop type setting, so they'd be more like this with the opportunity where it's not just another quote unquote regular meeting, but they would be workshop in nature. And they may even be, these were more presentations today, but it may be a setup where we actually, get back into the square and do more of a workshop setting. I think some of those topics, especially some of the training pieces, certainly lend themselves to that type of format. So I would be working with the board president and prioritizing. Those things are all going to get done. It's just a matter, are we going to squeeze them into regular board meetings and do the regional workshop, or are we able to take advantage of the workshop or the regional workshop time and be able to get some of these things done? Or maybe pull something else off a regular meeting, put it into a workshop and move one of these to, so we'll be flexible with that, but it'll just give us more time to do some of the important topics that we know we're squeezed to fit in right now.
Okay, because I think similar to the demands on the school sites, I don't want it to seem like, okay, now we're passing this off to the staff and putting more demands on them to come to us with reports. I would like to be able to use this time where we can work together as a board to be part of the solution versus just being a participant and an active listener.
Yeah, and that's, especially, the first two there, the Brown Act piece would be, that is a board development opportunity of, having a facilitator come in and take us through and let's make sure we're all on the same page. We're still a new board. And so those kinds of things would really be an opportunity for the board to engage and have conversation around some of the challenges we're currently, growing through. So I think that time would be really well used.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think it's become very clear we are to the alternative option. The basis and idea of this is to become better as a board, for all of us to understand IBB, interest-based bargaining, for us to understand the basis of how our school's going, both for new people and as a reminder and a refresher, you're always learning, and we've learned. I was able to go to a long class on that. So that's just one of the many things here. Chris, these are, here are suggestions. What is your thought at this point? Because now we've taken all this away and we only have this to worry about. Like, I'm down to the last page.
Right.
So in my mind, we need to set up some, what would we like to get done? And I don't know if you think it's best to ask them to email me and I meet with you. We see how many things we come to. And I think Gina made an excellent point that we don't want to turn this into more work for cabinet and for staff, for us. I think this is a unique opportunity we have not had since I've been on the school board for us as a board to work on ourselves and to possibly even bring out someone from the outside in to work with us and teach us some things that, so I think this is a great opportunity for us. And so what are some things we want to learn?
Well, you asking Chris or you asking all of us?
So one of the things that I'd want to be able to do, if the Brown Act and IBB are two for me that are from a board development piece are really, really important. But those are going to take an outside facilitator to come in and do. So what I would like to do is if these topics are, I think we can get all of these topics done at some point during the year. I would like, if the board is good with this general direction, I'll reach out and make contact with, I know Karen can help with the Brown Act piece. We usually have a dual facilitator group that does the interest-based bargaining that includes some representatives from our unit. So I could reach out and see when they would be available, because the next regional feeder pattern meeting is the first meeting in December. What I don't know is if I can get facilitators in a month to be ready to do that. So I might have to push that back and move something up to the December. So I'll just need some flexibility now that I have some information from the board that I can work with the board president, and if the board has other feedback on particular items, happy to do that.
Okay, I would like to, oh, I'm sorry, Carmi. Can I
Go
can I
ahead.
say
and then
this and then I'll call on you next, okay?
Okay.
I'd like to go through and for you guys to give me your top 3 or 4 things you would like to make sure we get to on this list. And if there's one that is not listed, you are welcome to, well, I'll start with, if there's something that is not on this list you would like to add, let's start with that. And then I'll do a run through and we'll give the 3 or 4 things you think we could spend the time on. And I would like to declare, when we do educational equity, that is in the idea of us taking get some equity training from our, similar to what our teachers receive, to learn more about what that looks like for our district.
Right, that was one of the ideas, because we're doing that equity in our regular meetings. So one of the ideas would be to do one of the trainings that we're doing with our staff for the board to be able to experience that and have that shared experience. So that was the idea around the.
And that common language.
Yep.
Among ourselves. Mr. Fortuna, did you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, again, I speak for myself. I'd certainly want to know what a presentation on the Brown Act would look like, interest-based bargaining would look like. We've been through that to pay for people to come in and give us stuff that we've already had. I know Gina and Sean perhaps have not had it in the work that they've done, but certainly in terms of use of time and money, I'd certainly want to know what those were about before I for one, said, yeah, that I'd like to spend a day doing that. So.
How about if we expand on what these look like? And then we put out something for input at that point? A few sentences or something?
Yeah, if we could see outcomes, like what versus just a topic, what is the outcome? Like, is it by training? Are we learning something? What is it that we are taking away as participants from that? Like the suspension updates, are we just getting an update, or is this, so that's where I need to understand what the learning outcome is for us as a board.
That makes sense. I just want you to recognize we didn't know which way we're going with this. So like now that we have a path,
Yep.
I think we can do a better job putting out the information and offering some alternatives. And I am open in the next, if in the next few days something comes up to you as you leave this meeting, because you get something here and you walk away and 12 hours later you have this great thought. So I'm very open to those, and by the end of the week, kind of what's in your mind if something's changed. I have Ms. Charis and then Mr. Yang.
Madam Chair, I just, I don't want to delay the superintendent and staff in doing that work to reach out to the folks that we want them to come in. So I would love it if we could leave this conversation with some guidance, even if it means that we're going to continue fleshing these out. So, those items up there that are trainings that may require outside folks, I would just love it if we could just say, yes, please get going on Brown Act, Arbinger, IBB, equity training, those that, we're pretty much going to require someone else to come in. And briefly on Mr. Fortuna's point, definitely some of us have received training, probably you on all of these. And, the rest of us, some of us have done some of them and some have done none. But they really, and my support for doing this alternative option is the fact that we have new folks who need to receive this information for the first time. We have those of us who could always stand to have a refresher, and the idea of us doing that all together will really help us do the work that we need to do. So really everything on this list, for the most part, other than suspension updates, is about how we function as a group, because that's what we haven't been able to get to, right? We have a lot of very substantive rich discussions that we need to have, but I would love to just focus on those training type things and get the ball rolling on those.
I think Mr. Hoffman should feel free to reach out with the dates that we have and some info and see what is available from this day forward. Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, if we have those trainings and certainly the cabinet are your employees, not ours, would they need to be there? Because if we're going, to me, we're looking at an alternative to relieve site administration, and they desperately need it.
Right.
Well, it's the same issue for me
I agree.
with the
Yeah,
cabinet.
they're pretty busy. Agreed. Yeah, so that I do think that's an interesting concept. That if it's a training with regards to, Veronica as an example, is how the board interacts, and within requirements, that probably could just be us, and then and the facilitator and the team would have that time to do other things that they need to do. The interest-based bargaining, some of them might be included in some of that. It would just be so it'd be kind of topic specific. But if we can give them a break, you have my my promise. We'll try to get you a break to do your normal job instead of this.
Ms. Jamerson.
And I would say to Carmine and Nancy's point, I think for those of us that haven't had some of these trainings, having some pre-work to get us up to speed a little bit further so that we're not spending so much time in the intro that it's not worth those board members' time that have already gone through that. So I would be open to any type of pre-work.
Thank you.
Another option there might be with the CSBA conference coming up, if we can identify the things we're going to do, there might be a session or two that members could attend at the CSBA. That might be that primer. We could provide some information too, but there might be a good primer in one of those sessions that would lead up to a half day or full day session.
So I've taken this as the board is happy with the alternative option. These look like, oh, I didn't realize you wanted to speak, sir. Go ahead.
You were calling on me earlier. You just forgot. It's okay. I was gonna add on to the other area of board interest. You mentioned that you were attending a Hmong class. A Hmong class?
I've not attended it.
Okay, well, my point is that, being a school district that is very diverse, I think it might be worth it to get some sort of cultural competency. What is that?
To be included in the equity part.
Oh, did you?
No, I'm listening to your feedback.
Okay, yeah, right.
I'm
I-
echoing what I'm hearing.
Okay, yeah, I think it's important because we have such a diverse school district. So if that's possible, I think that will be very beneficial to all of us to learn our different background, and then others that are not on this board's background. That will be very critical to our ability to understand the community and the students.
Thank you. Okay, so our board is committed to working on ourselves, to make ourselves more educated, to work better for our students, and to try to take, and as a recognition of the incredible hard work and difficult the year has been to the staff, teachers, administration of our district. I think that's how I'd like to close that. Are we good? All right, everybody, it's 2:19. There, I call this meeting adjourned.